Hello everyone, this is Draginhikari and welcome you back to the Nexus of Realms. We're returning to FFXIV today to continue Dragon Quest HD2D Remake. We are on part 4, and if you recall last time, we kind of suffered a little bit, to put it lightly. The game started getting really difficult all of a sudden, which caught me off guard at numerous points, so we're going to continue that today. Not too much to say. I said a lot of stuff about the future and stuff yesterday. So I would say that video is up above. Sorry, that VoIP is both up on YouTube and Twitch at this point. So feel free to look at that if you want a recap of all that stuff. I did. And I've already lost my train of thought. That's not a good sign. I'm already losing. I haven't even started yet today. So, but we also got the Twitch recaps yesterday. Not too much to say about mine in particular, just because I'm still playing the very slow and steady progress on this thing, as there's still a lot of areas I need to improve before I expect much out of this. So I'm not putting too much stake in the numbers. However, I will say that the numbers were definitely improvement over previous years that I've tried this. So that's definitely something to be happy about, despite any of the shortcomings that have come. So it's enough, motivation to keep trying, give it my best shot here. So that's all I really have to say about that. Don't really feel like I need to get too much into the actual technical numbers, but so what were we doing last time in Dragon Quest? Well, when we last left off, we had traveled south to the town of Catalan and freed it from a golem that had been rampaging. Upon freeing the town, we had discovered that a priest that was knowledgeable about certain aspects of the hero's legend had been taken by monsters. So with the help of the dwarves to help fix the bridge, we went to attempt to save the priest. Now, the priest was blackmailed due to his runaway son being kidnapped by the monsters and was forced to reveal information about the final key in other situations. Unfortunately, the monsters double-crossed him, and we arrived a few moments too late, and the priest ended up barbecued by the enemy, unfortunately. However, we did learn a couple of things. We learned that the bard Gradham, we need his lyre of ire in order to perform a particular song in order to awaken and return Rubus to this world. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord is continuing to try to control the Spear of Light and is growing more and more desperate as his attempts to control the spear have been failing. As a result, though, this is causing his dark power to spread across the realm far more rapidly than expected, where even the barrier protecting the fairy sanctuary was turning out to be futile, as they were attacked and a number of them were killed in the process. Once we managed to save them, we discovered that there were a few other incidents going on. Making our way back to Grimham, the Grimham Haven, or so it was something like that. But we returned there. Fortunately, the hero wannabes we encountered early in the game, as well as Robin Hood, had been taking care of the monsters that had been attacking there. Unfortunately, without the final key, we couldn't really proceed any further, so we headed to Cole instead. And that's where we got stuck. Because we ended up fighting that monster that killed the priest back in Catalan, and unfortunately, I was not successful in dealing with him, so that's where we're at here. So we're at a bit of a crossroads here, but I think we're reaching the latter part of the first game here. So with that being said, let's go ahead and head over to the main area, and we'll get started here. And Oh, my lights. Hello, this is Dragon Post Stream. I apologize due to a technical issue on my part. The game audio that it's about to play will basically overwhelm the vast majority of what I said for the entire night. Unfortunately, I didn't notice this until it was too late. So as a result, I went the whole 4.5 hour session and did not even realize that my freaking audio was overwhelmed. So yeah, I do apologize for that. Just be aware that that this is going to be almost entirely gameplay video, and my commentary is almost entirely overwhelmed by it. Because this is part of a larger playthrough, I didn't want to trash the entire thing, so I apologize for that, and enjoy what you can, if nothing else. Okay, I think we're good here. Okay, so as I just mentioned, I kind of got stuck early on. So there are a few things I need to do first. So the first thing I'm going to try to do is get myself up to level 32. There's two reasons why I'm doing this. One, an extra level is helpful, but the other reason is because I found out at level 32, I get access to a spell called Insulate. For those unfamiliar with Dragon Quest, Insulate basically allows you to reduce the damage of breath attacks. Really the thing that's causing me problems right now is the ice and fire breath attacks that a lot of enemies are starting to use that are doing a ton of damage to me, and magic resistance and other things like that don't really do anything to those type of attacks in Dragon Quest. So that's putting me in a bit of a bind. I'm taking more damage than I can really fight back against. I'm kind of hoping to instantly unlock and I'll be better equipped to handle, because otherwise there's not much more I can do to reduce the damage I'm taking from everything else. So yeah, we're going to try to increase my level here a little bit. Encountered a lot of slimes. Little slimes last week. At least until I'm high. Well, at least stay at that level. See if that's enough to help me push through the next part of this. Final key, that will open up a few different options for us to move on with, so that's kind of my hope here. instant death spell's not great when we only have one party member. To be honest, I feel like the reason why this one feels way more difficult than it's been is because of the decision to go with the multi-monster party situation in the original Dragon Quest. The Dragon Quest always had you fighting individuals, which changes the dynamic of everything a lot, because in Dragon Quest 2 and beyond, you always have more than one party member. Most times you have one party member. Things like the black spell, kill somebody, isn't immediate death sentence in the land. It also means that you have dedicated healers, so I don't have to keep healing myself and taking up every turn I have just trying to keep myself alive. So things like the magic barrier, the invigorate, some of that stuff has been far more important in this playthrough than in other times I've played through it. That's for that reason alone, so.
More heal!
So many enemies are using breath attacks. The regeneration is not.
Much better!
Up until we're ready to actually go back to playing. But I don't really know if I'm under level or not, because this one's playing out so drastically differently from... Okay, yep, there's Insulate. Monarch's place is a overall useful hub area. But I was way closer to 32 than I thought I was. It's good in a few ways, though. That means I don't have to worry so much about this.
Thou shalt not escape! Much better! have thee now! I cannot fall!
Let's see. Yep.
Ha!
He's late.
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Ha! Much better! Ha! Much better! I cannot fall!
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
No!
Okay, Wild Side takes too much MP to use, and I may need to maintain this for longer than I want to.
have thee now! Not today!
Let go for it.
Much better!
Let's try this again.
I have thee now! I have thee now! More heal! Thou shalt not escape!
Timed it wrong. Yeah, I should have waited a turn longer. Doesn't last very long. Oh wait. Just realized I think I might switch the boomerang right before I know he's going to summon them.
Thou shalt not escape! Cannot fall! Not today! Much better! I have thee now! More heal!
Lousy timing.
I have thee now! More heal! I have thee now! Much better!
Oh, shoot, that's not what I
More heal! Ha! I have thee now!
Really this far off the mark? Okay. Hmm.
Thou shalt not escape! Much better!
Trying a different method here.
Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
This clearly isn't working here. Rethink my methods here. money for the Dragonbane Claw. That should probably do more damage to that specific enemy. Oops, not what I wanted to do. There's supposed to be some gold.
I have thee now! today! I have thee now! I have thee now! I have thee now!
Let's do this. I'm gonna need probably about 800, that'd definitely help. On this level. I missed 9 treasures on my way through here the first time.
have thee now!
Seeing these crabs inside. Wonder if there's a difference between the monsters inside and the monsters outside.
I have thee now!
Sad part about this. This was like the dungeon I was in right before this point. I'm not having anywhere near any trouble at all. Guys being a bit of a roadblock. Not really more success. I don't think I can beat this thing. Dragon Claws will do extra damage to the boss, so if I can do that, that focus double ups thing I was doing might work. At least in theory, anyway. Fireball is expensive. Ugh. It's got way harder very quickly compared to like the first half of it. I don't know how to feel about that. I suppose I could have played the lower difficulty, but I didn't really want to do that. I try to play on the normal difficulty whenever I can. Even if I'm not that much of a difficulty seeker, outside of like, you know, savage or whatever, usually try to play on whatever the default difficulty is. Like I said, I think a lot of it is just the fact that this game has this version of Dragon Quest I has a lot of the things that have been added to later games to make them more difficult. That's what the party stuff and things like that. It becomes a lot harder when you have one command per turn compared to the 2 to 4 you have.
Not today!
besides that would be to grind more levels, but I don't necessarily want to have to do that if I'm already grinding gold for an item that's supposed to make it easier on me, but... In the original game, Fire Sword was like the second most powerful weapon. Guess this one's so dragon heavy that it may not even be remotely the case. So Billy is probably still the strongest sword against anything else that isn't dragon type. Which I'm assuming is the idea, is that you use dragon claws and use fire sword for everything else, rather than replacing one for the other, really. The sense I get anyway. The strategy I was using to double up and hit him hard probably works. I probably just need to know when to do it and not try to rush it. Like if I run into a problem where I need to do it for multiple turns, I try to stall out and do it again, rather than trying to force it. I'm leaving myself too vulnerable trying to do a very static line and it's not working at all. I just didn't expect so much trouble this late in.
No!
I kind of figured I was shot either way. Okay, let's try it again.
Not today! I shall rend thee asunder!
Well, that went better. Well, that can't hurt. At this point. Let's head back and see how. If any of this stuff helps me in any way. Or at least it's not going to be sales barter. Okay, so now I have the claws. Ooh, every last penny I had.
not escape! Much better! Thou shalt not escape! Have thee now! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Not escape! Thou shalt not escape! I shall not fall! Much better! Much better! Oh! Much better! More heal! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! More heal!
And there we go. The hell with you. Curses best by a mere human. Seems the monster was carrying something. Obtain the ultimate key. My thanks, stranger. Dragon, 'tis thee, heaven be praised. Thou art fully aware my fear of monsters is great indeed, so great that I did quit the detachment sent to search for Princess Gwendolyn. Now that comes to my aid, Dragon. I fear I am cut afar from a heroic figure. Nonsense, thou art a hero in my eyes, father. Did thou come to save mine and mother's aid in time of greatest need, and right handily too? Indeed, hast thou not? We shall surely have been devoured. Was our hero before, beloved, and never shall be though. I fully thank him and to both. The thought of losing my wife and child was 1,000 times worse than the thought of losing my own life. For I knew if I was charging at the fiend like a madman possessed, I had recovered in courage. For now I know wherefore I must fight. I shall fight, and fight I shall, to protect you and my home both. Okay. Now that that crisis has been dealt with, we can finally move on. And with the key in hand, we have a number of different chests we can unlock. So before we dig too far into the next part, it's time to go on a scavenger hunt. The first one should actually be right here in town, if I remember right. Oh no, that was the other demon. Oh well. Orchid's sword. Well, that's a new one. Probably supposed to get it ages ago. Oh, it lowers the defenses. Okay. Some in the castle, but I can't remember. Many moons ago, a shroud of darkness eternal settled over Aelfgard. One lay placed by a villain known as the Lord of the Underworld. Sky stained purple, earth stained black, the people stained with the stench of despair. However, this all changed when Edric, the hero, lay below the so-called Lord, quenching the realm's thirst for light. People of Aelfgard, heed me well. Nary day must pass, we must not thank Edric and the goddess for both of their roles in our salvation, and the darkness never return. Robin Hood apparently had a... Key item I've gotten several of, and I've never quite figured out what they're for. Dragon Quest game. Everything is basically about grabbing everything. Oh, it's a stronger weapon, but it's a gamble weapon. Got it. During my childhood years, my parents would tell me the tales of Edric, and detailed how the king of the time lent his succor to Edric and Edric's father, both when they visited our kingdom. After Edric bested the Lord of the Underworld and dispelled his darkness with the holy spear of light, the safekeeping of this treasure was entrusted to the royal line of Talishel. Ere then, it's been our duty to protect the spear and help heroes in their hour of need. I cannot help but wonder when such a hero will appear before me. One mightier than a dragon, yet with a heart as good as gold. But I must cease engaging in such fantasies. For the reason they set my heart aflutter, I fear my sleep may elude me if I do not calm myself in these states. O Lady Rubis, pray, temper my passions, I may enjoy some much needed respite. Lord Smithrick, I, thy humble author, hereby pick up my quill that I may enlighten future generations precisely how Edric bested the Lord of the Underworld. I shall not speak on the hero's fabulous courage and steadfast desire to seek evil this realm saved. Numerous volumes have been written and countless sung on precisely that subject. Yea, I instead wish to address the fact that Edric was even more than capable of a blade, but seems to have been equally adept spellcaster, while many more speak of Edric's mastery of the Falcon Slash, a technique beyond most skilled knights. The lesser known as they were able to master Kazap, a conjure known only in ancient legends. One wonder if any future heroes might master the same technique. God is willing this piece of the elastic one, such succor will them not be. Thou hast saved fair Wayland. This is a feat indeed. I have a gift for thee, friend. The Sunstone. Long ago, the mighty Edric did trust the Sunstone to a man who was the Chancellor of Canada at the time. They passed from his firstborn child, they to theirs, and so on through the years. Its existence has remained a secret, even from those of the royal line. Even from my own son, who now serves as Chancellor. Forgive me, I imagine it was no easy task finding it or me. But all these are steps necessary in order to keep such treasures from the hands of the wicked. Oh, I see thou art stored yet, magnanimous soul. Thus the ancient ancestor was in my own belief. Now will bring light to our numbers, that I have no doubt. But long now have I kept my vigil here, I grow tired. I must take my rest at last. Wandering. Nope. Goodbye, bot. I believe there was at least one thing here. One treasure. This one. That's right, there was one jail cell on the far side of the map, if I remember structure's completion became known as the Accursed Isle. Long has the isle been thought unreachable, surrounded by sharp rocks and swirling waters. Yet Edric did reach it. It did so Some truths are not meant to be known by mortal men. Oh, geez, even more items. Let's hold off on doing that, but I know it's here now at least. One thing now that I'm thinking about it. But I think it was at the entrance of the cave, not inside of it. Yeah, there was one locked door over here. Exactly a problem now. Master taking the moonbeam due from Dragon. That's right, she wouldn't help me before, right after the incident, so... Now I can get the signal. There's one sigil left to go. New sigil makes some spells more likely to be extra effective in battle. In practice, that means, okay, this is increasing my effectiveness of my spells. In other words, Citadel has a few boxes. Yeah, it's a cursed item. Okay, it's just a pretty good whip is all. Got it. Don't think there was anything here. Let's try over here. Pretty sure there was something here, but I don't remember where. Oh. Walked past a couple of times here.
today!
I kind of know the spots Oh, I didn't put this clip in my hip. That's why. Like, where'd it go? Oh, I have too many items. Moving on. More gold while we're flying There's a double crit. I think there's one in the boss and the other one. And once we open those two boxes, I'll head back to the Dwarves' Cave, see if any of the gear is usable for me at that point, and then finally make our way towards Galahad again to try to... Oh! Cedric Shield! Well, but glad I came for that! Okay. So I think the thing with the Edric Shield is that it's not as strong defensively as the Ogre Shield, but it's better at handling breath attacks and some of the other stuff that is proving to be a lot more of a nuisance here. Given how much trouble the breath attacks have been causing me lately, I'm pretty sure that's more useful. That. Maybe there was a hint that we see about the movie out here, but I don't remember anything like that. Okay, we're about to hit our next break here, so let's go ahead and do that before we go any further. So, let's do this. We'll be right back. I did double check while I was on break real quick here. Yeah, the original Dragon Quest only had 3 shields, and the Edric Shield was not one of them. Oh yeah, the first one only got 3 of them. Silver Shield we got in
Happy now!
Catalan was the strongest shield in the game.
I have thee now!
Okay, I think we're finally ready to return to Galahome and the best I can, so all that's left to do is to venture downward. Yeah, I ventured into a large chunk of this dungeon first time I came down here until I got to the locked door. I'm guessing the last chest is actually behind this door anyway, so... Ugh. Ear ringing. Ow, ow. Ugh, could've done without that. Difficult for me as soon as I go down the stairs, so... And it's certainly not now. My spells will still hit. That's right, this place is a little bit bigger than it looks. Five treasures or everything else I've been dealing with the last 2 hours. This isn't too bad. Standard dungeon crawl. fair, I'm probably a couple levels higher than I actually needed to be to get here. Because I was having so much trouble with that boss, though. Really, I don't know how you... I'm sure you can beat him at a lower level, but I'm not wrong.
Ha!
Because of that long path in the middle is where you actually have to go to actually complete the place. Boy, whack makes me nervous every time I see it. Actually, I think in the original version, whack is possible to be used. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much of a success rate in this one. I mean, to be fair, this version of the game, I want to save so often that that's probably why whack is available. Basically, start back in your last fight, so it doesn't really matter that much. So much for that.
Thee now!
And I held on to that.
have thee now! For justice!
All right, another one down.
I have thee now! I have thee now!
And easily. The Crackle Scroll. Don't mind if I do. The Crackle Slash. Oh, that's even better. More treasures. Goodbye.
Heal!
How about that?
Not today!
My luck gave out.
today! Ah! Yeah!
I think that this one over here will lead to one corridor. That stairway over there will lead to the Let's see. Still assume it's another path back to the target, but I'm really surprised if the one easier path is the way to that.
Yeah!
I mean, none of this has been very difficult so far. Just kind of endurance match more than anything
Much better. Much better.
Yeah, go away. You're annoying me. Good. That'll restore everything. That was good timing, actually. Kazap. Well, that did the trick, didn't it? It's just kind of a big boom spell, really. Obliterates everything around me. I can live with that. The surface of the gravestone is carved a poem penned by Galen himself. Sounds soft, so soft as to entrance, and set the human heart to dance throughout the years. And though one strum its silver strings, a west wind bends the brows of springs, no fiend appears. My lyre once summoned wicked things, the curse is now gone, instead it sings of, O Edric's might. So let this song ring out in praise, the hero who throughout the days did for us fight. But know this, Edric bold, though mighty as in tales of old, was human yet, and suffered, as I would or you, when forced to venture forth, and to sweet home forget. That at the helm of legend thus was hidden, greater woe what blade did our hero did, embedded with hope, onward went, demon slew. Though homeland lost, and all they knew, full few could cope. O Edric hero, bold and brave, who did our world from darkness save, thy pain I feel, and though I take up the heart and turn, and pen these words, that all might learn thy review. Yeah, that's primarily referencing the fate of Edric at the end of 3. Because basically in 3, you arrive in Eofgard because you entered a giant hole in the middle of the world. It's sort of suggested that you kind of came from this world above. Now, whether that's because this entire world is underground in Edric's world, or there's like some connection between this world or whatever the situation was. But when Edric defeated Zomba, the hole closed up, and even Zoom stuff no longer taken him back where he came from, so he was stuck in the guard for basically
Not today!
Nobody above would have been aware of what had happened in the world below, so that's kind of how that ended up working out for him, unfortunately. There's that. Nope, don't want to deal with you.
Not today!
Tired of those.
today! Not today!
Oh, I lucked out. Oh, did I already have it? Stock test. Okay, I guess I already had it. I was like, there's no place else on the map for me to go, so what was I supposed to do with it? The star sigil.
So you have everything we need to summon Rubies. Well done. We'll need to go to the top of the Shrine of Rain to carry out the ceremony. Atop the shrine, the sigils 5 install. Then, fairy flute and lyre of ire in hand, raise up a song to mighty Ruby's call. If we do that, she'll come back to us. I'll play the lyre. Somebody else will need to come and play.
Well, I'm not going. It's too... and I'm too, busy. Yes. No. Chief! You should be in bed! And besides, you can't go. You might get hurt again. Not with our resident hero by my... You'll look after me, won't you? But I know he's a hero, but he can't protect Not on his own he can't. Which is why we're going to... After all, if the whole world gets plunged into darkness, it won't be very nice for us fairies either. She said the same thing. It's not going to be easy. And it's definitely going to be scary. But we have to help him. For our own sake. And for those we've lost. All right, I'll do it. I'll help him. For me.
The darkness is spreading further with each passing day. We have to get to the Shrine of Rain, right?
Okay. Let's hit up the last break before we head to the Shrine of Rain, then. We have to bring Rubus back before darkness falls the world completely. Go ahead to the Shrine of Rain. We'll be there as soon as we're ready. Alright, before I head to the shrine, I'm going to town. I'll see a lot before I go.
Yeah!
the string seed. Looks like compared to the previous dungeon, this one's a little more straightforward. Well, at least first come to the floor. Something else over here. The other one looks like a stairway be done with that already. Yeah. level up means it doesn't matter anyway. And down it goes. Take all three if you want, I guess. Okay, I better prepare for that feeling here. This may not be that straightforward. Well, just in case it's not anyway. I didn't figure so. God, thou art the old bosun they call the sage, art thou not? Then shake a tail feather and hand over the staff of rain. I shall not. The staff was entrusted to my care by the line of mighty Edric, and our care it shall remain. I would sooner die than hand it over to the likes of thee, fiend. And die thou shalt. With thy bones I shall feather my nest. It matters not, whoever thou art, thou shalt be dead as a dodo. That seemed effective.
Not today!
Again. Oh, wow.
More heal!
Oh, that's not good.
No!
Okay, yeah, I just got lucky.
Ha! Ha! Much better! I cannot fall! Not today! Much better! Much better! More heal! Oh! Ah! Ha! better! Ah! Not today! More heal! More heal!
This force, he doesn't really have accuracy in general. Eventually he hurts himself every time he does that.
Not today! Much better! Much better! More heal!
Doesn't seem to be able to cast that hard-hitting one anymore. And down it goes. Born of Ruin. That was rather too close for comfort. Thou hast my thanks, Sir Dragon. Sorry we're late. The fairies, whatever's next. Can't believe it's come this far already. There's no time to explain. Quickly to the altar.
Let us begin. The time has come.
The time has come. Return to us, O Holy One.
Like, reopen a path to the world above, or what? Hello, Rubus.
I am Rubis, mother to the land of Alefgard.
Almighty Rubis, we have awaited your return.
And I have awaited your call, beloved fairies. You did well to reach me in that place. Scion of Erdrick, that I was able to return is thanks to you. You have my gratitude. But we must not grow complacent. Though I have driven back the darkness for now, I have not rid the land of it entirely. Until such a time as its source, the Dragon Lord, is defeated, Alefgard will not be safe.
Rubis, dragons were once our holy protectors. How did the Dragon Lord come to be infected by the power of the night?
I know not, and I would return him to his true form if I could. But it may already be too late. Scion of Erdrick, the Dragon Lord must be stopped ere the darkness spreads. And only you, one born of the blood of heroes, might stop him. In order to reach him, you will need 3 sacred objects. One of the rain, one of the sun, and one of the rain's bow. The last may only be gained by means of a certain holy talisman. Seek out that talisman. Gather the relics of rain and sun and journey to the shrine known as the Sanctum. There, all shall become clear. Beloved fairies, you have suffered much.
Yes, we have. But we've made up our minds. We're not going to let it happen again.
We're going to help the hero.
Then allow me to entrust to you part of my power, that you might aid him all the better. I leave the fate of this world in your hands.
Don't worry. She's not gone. Just return to the land. She's part of it, you see. I'm sure if she has any more messages for us, she'll let Princess Gwaelin know.
Almighty Rubis herself, thou didst summon her unto us, and with the storied lyre of ire, no less. The staff of rain is thine, bold hero, for thou didst return to us that which I asked, and I am a man of my word. Pray, visit me in my chambers.
This tower used to belong to us fairies. We built it to worship Rubis. We should use the power she's given us to protect it. I may have promised to help you, but don't think that means you can last on your morals. Second, you do anything stupid, you won't see me from dust, so be careful. Okay, now to get the Staff of Rain. I did conceal it by means of a herb known as the Fading Jenny. Please open it. The contents are there. Obtain the Staff of Rain. The Staff of Rain, it was entrusted to our care long ago. You've done well to keep it safe for so long. Indeed I have. Now that my duty is done and the staff is handed the latest in the line of heroes, I am free to do the please at last. Staff of Rain is the first of the 3 sacred treasures. It represents the bounty of the clouds. As Lady Rubus did inform me, the last may only be gained by a certain talisman, the sacred amulet. The second is the Sunstone, which represents the light of the heavens, the glow emanated by that satchel. I see thou hast acquired it already. Then thou must focus thine efforts on the talisman, wherever could it be. Gwendolyn, just now I sensed the power of Almighty Rubus. It came from the south, yes, far to the south, beyond Catalan and to the ends of the earth. She would have thee journey there. Take care, beloved. Though you know that we are far apart, my heart is ever thine. About the Shrine of Spirits, that's where we fairies used to live. And that's where we kept the sacred amulet. Rubus gave it to the heroes, proof of her trust, but then we were attacked. The boss stepped in and made sure not escape, but the shrine was swallowed by darkness and the amulet sank to the bottom of a horrible poisonous swamp. But Rubus is back and the darkness is gone. Well, not gone, but driven back at least. I thought the Dragon Lord might have got his filthy hands on the amulet a while back, but Rubix must be trying to tell you that it's still there. I can't be sure, of course, but there's only one way to find out if I'm right. We'll have to go and pay a visit. Let's see, the fastest route there. Fighting the monsters in this area in particular, so... Travelers roam the byways around these parts of the wall of Davenor. descend into the depths of the well and carry out an inspection. I am no daredevil. I fear the dark and not know my sense for yes. Now we're kind indeed, but let's keep it secret and not inform the innkeeper. Ask of any class ability. Oh, it's another cursed item. Rest up real quick. And we'll go ahead and make our way out here. What we're doing here. Thanks to the armor, I don't even need to say passive spell anymore. That is very. So that thing is I'm just gonna do that the easy way. Draginhikari, Gwendolyn. Sense of holy power emanating from my present location. Yet I sense a great evil also. Take care, beloved. Take care. That's annoying.
I cannot fall.
Well, that's good. If I do the damage directly, I'm never gonna get this thing down.
I cannot fall. More heal. More heal. Much better. More heal. More heal.
Damage. Put a dent in this thing.
More heal! I cannot fall!
Pattern now. I'm starting to notice it.
I cannot fall!
Too much time spent trying to recover MP. Let's run one last ad so we can try this again here. Okay, now I don't have to worry about that anymore. We're not going to go for that much longer, but I didn't want the fight to be interrupted by that.
Much better. Not today. Much better.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned with there.
Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Yeah, I screwed up. I shouldn't have done that. Just me being dumb. Much better. I cannot fall.
Keep up the pattern.
Huzzah! Much better. Thou shalt not escape! More heal! Ha! Huzzah! Oh!
I also equip the focus ring in between during the break to... And it helps prevent battle.
Huzzah! Much better. Much better. Oh! 'Tis over. No.
Don't take too big of a gamble there.
Much better. Tis over. Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! More heal! I cannot fall! Not today! Thou shalt not escape! Ha!
Crossing the pattern instead of just assuming.
Oh!
But I thought I... Apparently not. There's no effect in my head.
I cannot fall! Thou shalt not escape! Ah! Over! Not today! Much better! Ha! Not today! Ha! Oh! Thou shalt not escape! Huzzah! Much better. Much better. Tis over!
To play the long game on that one a little bit. Okay.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ah, you can, can't you? It's me, the chief. You know, the fairy. I'm speaking to you from the Shrine of Rain. Lady Rubis gave me a special new power, you see.
Clearly.
The boss wants to talk to you about something. Hang on. Oh, I think this should work.
Hello. Thanks for getting rid of another one of those horrible monsters. That talisman you just got. It's a symbol of Rubis's love. She gave it to Erdrick way back when. And you humans came to call it the Mark of Erdrick. Now that you've got it, the sage at the Sanctum will recognize you as a hero for sure. So get a move on. The Sage of Rainbows is waiting for you.
Obtain the Mark of Edric. Before we head there, upgrade anything I'm using. This would be more beneficial, I think. I've gotten up to this point. Start making our way. We're reaching the end here. That's definitely for sure here. It's stronger than the fire blade. Very well. shortest there is way is the cave there. Now on the outside. Suspect that would be the weapon I'd be using at this stage. Thou art the blood of Edric, the one true hero, thou must really prove of thy birthright.
Blood of the hero, descendant of Erdrick, the time is upon us. Now, at last, rain and sun shall be conjoined. Make haste, give unto me the sunstone and the staff of rain. Almighty Goddess, hear me. On this day we do lay upon thy sacred altar the offerings of sun and rain. Take thee the rainbow drop from the altar and go forth. Thou hast endured much, but thou hast prevailed. Go thee to the cape west of Rimuldar, that o'erlooketh that accursed isle, and there put the drop to use. I shall remain here and offer up prayers for thy success. May fortune go with thee, brave hero.
Okay, there's one thing I want to confirm real quick here. There is one other thing I need to do. Turn the camera first. Oh, it's not my good friend Dragon. The pleasure as always. With the records of the times past, I believe, both Galen of the Golden Boys and the mighty Edric spent time here in Catalan. And too, the world was threatened by a great evil. Much of Galen's work here was considered those times a hero legend of the people of this town. Where did he write of such things, thou wouldst ask? Why? Because it was surely be impossible not to. hid the lyre of ire back in our ancestral home, that a careless strong may not summon fearsome beasts, fiends known to have roamed hereabouts. Perhaps too I should return to Galway. Its people must surely be pining for the return of their best beloved bard. Dragon, and what more fitting than here in the home of my storied ancestor. Just now I did meet with the most intriguing roguish fellow by the name of Robin Hood. Here he claims that his own ancestor did give my father, of the mighty Edric, a suit of attire most marvelous indeed. This Earl did seem kind of elaborate for the sake of a gripping tale. Heaven knows what departed to me was true. To be spoken met with fairies. I myself have heard tales of encounters with fairies in fields of flowers farther south, but such rumors are true. He said the mighty Edward was sorting in such haste. One could do first, perhaps, than go and see. Okay, yep. I had completely forgotten about the guy, so there was a quest line that you complete with him that I had completely forgotten about. Oh, hello, Dragon. What are you doing here? Would a bard ask you to help him find somewhere with a deep connection to Edric? Ortega that I knew better, Edric's dad. He's very strong. You should have seen him swing that huge axe around. He's very kind as well. You once saved me from some monsters in this very field. You're looking for somewhere specific connection to his child, right? Yours springs to mind nowhere that you would have already known. The boss knew Edric better. You might know something I don't. If you're ever over in the Shrine of Rain, you might ask her. Alright, back to the Rain. Myself. We are an island west of Tenedo. It is where Edric first set foot in Belfadar. Not long after Zolma was defeated, Edric came back here and looked at the sky above. Here was always so cheerful around people. eyes were filled with resolve, now were filled with tears. Lips that once kept the Sony silence, now moved in silent prayer. Perhaps it was a message to the world above, a message of reassurance of a much-missed mother. Edric's helm. Let's look closely. Sees there's something engraved inside it. May victory smile upon you, great hero Alahan. Yep, Edric so it was originally his helmet before Edric converted it. I've been here a few times now. I can just zoom in and out. Go back to the Shrine of Rain. Well, let's start a wrap up here. This noble Sir Dragon I see before me, 'tis I, then, the best beloved bard of all of Elfgard. We're looking for. Zalund of the reconnected to the lake and the mighty Edric, the place I had so keenly sought. Truly such tragedies befell the hero bold. To leave one's beloved homeland and never return. How Edric must have suffered. I am forever in thy debt, good dragon. Yet could I have discovered this myself. I must commit these emotions to paper while they resonate so profoundly in my chest. This is my ancestor Galen did for those who celebrate the world's beauty and the nobility of its people. When darkness descends and all hope is lost. For he and I are the saying, chronicles of life in all of its majesty. father's pride, a home long lost, a love denied. The best beloved bard himself? Is that his new word? Perhaps it is beautiful yet so sad I fear I might. Perhaps I should fish with my old mother and father more often. That was giving me a much greatest gift of all, friend Dragon, that of inspiration. My creative drought is at an end. I feel the flow of song returning. I must share this gift with the world entire. 1,000 thanks, golden half hero. One day soon I shall sing of thy own deeds, I'm sure of it. Until then, adieu. Hop away. Okay. All that's left is one thing left to do now. And that is to invade the castle ourselves, but that will be for next time. So let's go ahead, get saved, and get wrapped up here. I've already pushed this an extra 30 minutes longer than I normally would, so yeah, we're gonna have to stop here since Dragon's Lord Castle wasn't extremely long in the original game, but I can't make any assumption like that in this one, so all right, we're going to go ahead and wrap up for tonight. I'm considering streaming again on Friday, so we can, if I do that, then we should be able to wrap up Dragon Quest I this week. So we'll see if that happens or not. Otherwise, we'll be back next week. Anyway, since it's quiet here tonight, I'm just going to go ahead and wrap up here. Thank you for joining me in the Nexus of Realms, and we'll see you next time.